Google Map estimated time.
Yes.
Showing us and marked as State's Exhibit Triple P. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
Generally, what is that?
This is a map, a visualization of the path of the truck with all the times that I just described.
Does that fairly inaccurately depict the area as well as the times we just saw?
Yes.
State removes State's Triple P and evidence is 67.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection. EPP, but evidence says, what's the next number? Evidence number 67. PPP, 67.
Showing you State's 67, can you kind of explain to the jury what we're looking at?
Starting at the top, the time that the vehicle passed by the Marathon gas station is noted at 2:23, then passing by the Triple Crown at approximately 2:25. It then shows passing by the Vasquez residence at 2:27 on the bottom.
Now, when you testified 2 days ago, you mentioned that when you met with the defendant the day the victim's body was found, you looked through his ring application with him.
Yes.
And that you saw some still shots around this time period, the early morning hours of Friday the 24th, right?
Yes.
Did you see a still shot from the defendant's ring application at 2:25?
Yes.
And what did that show?
There was no vehicle there at 2:25.
Is that consistent with the surveillance footage we just looked at showing the vehicle not yet passing the Vasquez surveillance and not being at the Swilley residence?
Yes.
What did you see on the defendant's ring, the still shot? Because there was no video attached, correct?
Correct, just a still shot.
What did you see on the ring camera application at 2:28?
At 2:28, there was a truck on the property with a male figure standing by it.
Is that consistent with the truck, according to the surveillance footage, arriving and passing by the Vasquez house at 2:27 a minute earlier?
Yes.
When you went to the apartment Saturday morning when the victim's body was found, was the victim's Jeep there?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph from States 5. Moving ahead to about 13 minutes later, when you reviewed the footage from Pedro Vasquez's property, what did you see at 2:40 a.m.?
There is a vehicle that travels up this road here towards 52nd Street.
Publishing States 47. And again, which camera angle using the map states 64, I believe. What does this show?
This is Pedro Vasquez's camera that faces the southern portion of the road, which partially sees part of the Swilley Tim Smith residence.
In which direction of travel are we going to see the vehicle take, according to the map?
Traveling northbound.
Okay, towards 52nd Street?
Yes.
Are we looking in the direction of the Swilley property?
Yes.
And the second angle from the Vasquez property, which direction is this camera facing?
This is more of the northern facing camera that is facing more towards 52nd Street.
In which direction are we going to see this vehicle traveling?
Traveling north.
And at what time, according to the surveillance footage from Mr. Vasquez's house, did that vehicle pass by?
2:40 a.m.
Again, using State 64, which direction did that vehicle go?
Up in a northern direction towards 52nd.
That vehicle reached Southeast 52nd Street and turned left. Where would they be traveling? According to the state 64, the map.
Turns left, it would go north on 441.
Okay, if it turned left on 52nd,
Oh, if it was left on 52nd, it would be going west in the direction of 441.
then would that be passing green for life as well?
Yes.
When you reviewed the green for life footage at around 2:40 or so, what did you see?
At about 241, I was able to see a white Jeep that's consistent with the appearance of victim Tim Smith's Jeep heading westbound in the direction of 441.
Showing you states 51. In which direction did that Jeep turn?
Turned northbound onto 441.
Like we've already discussed, we've heard the timestamp on the green for life footage was about 1 hour and 3 minutes off. Accounting for that time difference, at what time would this footage have actually been taking place?
It's about 2:41 a.m.
And that's about a minute after the vehicle passed Pedro Vasquez's.
Yes.
Again, headed using state 64, heading north on 441 with the vehicle pass Triple Crown shortly thereafter.
Yes.
When you reviewed the Triple Crown footage at around this time, what did you find?
At 2:43 a.m., I observed a vehicle that's consistent with the appearance of Tim Smith's vehicle passing by northbound.
Showing you the Triple Crown footage. And again, we've heard that the timestamp of the Triple Crown footage was approximately 40 minutes behind. What would the actual time be if you account for that time discrepancy?
Approximately 2:43 a.m.
Using state 64 again, the vehicle would turn onto Lake Weir. Would it pass the Marathon gas station?
Yes.
Did you review the Marathon gas station footage to see if you saw a similar looking Jeep pass by?
Yes, I did.
What'd you find?
I discovered a white Jeep consistent with the appearance of Tim Smith's Jeep passing by northbound on Lake Weir Avenue.
Showing you the Marathon gas station footage. At what time did the Jeep pass by Marathon according to this footage?
It was 2:43 a.m.
You mentioned earlier that you reviewed the victim's cell phone data and cell phone extraction data as far as the phone's connection to a Uconnect system, correct?
Yes.
And we've already heard about what the Uconnect system is. But showing you States Exhibit 1, what did you find, referring to entries 2, 3, 4, and 5, what did you find happened at 2:44 in the morning and 54 seconds?
There's a Bluetooth connection between the telephone and the Jeep via the Uconnect system.
And it was a connection, was there then a disconnect, another connect, and a disconnect all at about the same time?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the victim's Jeep arriving at the apartment and
Hold
connecting
on,
to the victim?
hold on a second. Approach.
Did you review the surveillance footage provided by Stuart Mitchell, who lived in the apartment next to the apartment where the victim's body was found?
Yes.
Generally, what did you see?
I've learned that that camera is motion activated. I found that at 2:32 a.m. there was a cat that activated the camera and I was able to see that there was no Jeep in that parking lot. Then at 3:26 a.m., the cat activated the camera again, and then there was a Jeep in that parking lot.
And the first time you talked about the Jeep not being there was when?
That was at 2:32 a.m. That's when there was no Jeep there.
Okay, and is that time, at that time, is that consistent with the other surveillance footage showing the Jeep had not yet arrived?
Yes.
And at 3:36 was when the Jeep was seen in the footage?
Yes, the Jeep was there by that time.
And is that consistent with the surveillance footage showing the Jeep passing the Marathon gas station earlier?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 52? Generally, what are we looking at here?
This is looking out of the neighboring apartments, which was, if you're looking at the crime scene, if you're looking at the apartments, Tim and Herbert's is on the left. This one is on the right. So we are looking out of his window towards that front parking lot where cars were parked.
And with the apartment that the victim leased, is that over on this side?
It's it's way over on the right in this video, or in this picture, in this video, it's over there.
Okay.
Where it is at.
And we see an empty parking space right here.
Yes.
And what time is this?
This was at 2:32 a.m.
Publishing States 52. See the cat? The next piece of footage, what is the timestamp on this piece of footage?
This one is 3:26 a.m. now.
What do we see in that upper right-hand corner of the video?
Just the part of the back of the Jeep, of Tim Smith's Jeep.
According to the surveillance footage provided, did the Jeep arriving, the action of the Jeep arriving, trigger the motion sensor on the camera?
No,
How much of the Jeep was shown in the surveillance footage, for the record?
just a very small portion.
If the white truck that we saw, if we know the Jeep did not, entering the parking lot did not trigger this motion sensor, if the white truck that we saw earlier entered in the same manner and parked next to the Jeep, would that have triggered the motion sensor based on the camera view that you're looking at?
Object.
Sustained.
Okay. Showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit Triple Q. You recognize this item?
Yes.
What does this show?
This is showing the drive time, the total time to the apartment from the primary residence.
Does it fairly accurately depict the area as well as the drive time?
Yes.
Judge State will move State's Triple Q into evidence has been judicially noticed as State's 68.
No objection.
Without objection, Q2Q, we're going to have the station number 68.
Can you explain to the jury what we're looking at State's 68?
This is depicting the total drive time and distance from the primary residence where they live and sleep at up to the apartment where Tim Smith was found. And it's indicating in here that in a vehicle, it's a 5-minute drive time, 2.2 mile distance.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit Triple R. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
What does this generally show?
This is going over the times that I discussed, and it's depicting the times on their in places.
Does this item fairly and accurately depict the location as well as the times in the surveillance we just looked at?
Yes.
This time State would move RRR into evidence as 69.
No objection.
The objection, RRR, be known as number 69.
Showing you state 69. What does this show?
This is a visual depiction of the times that I just went over, including all of them, starting at the very bottom. Pedro Vasquez's residence at 2:40 a.m., where a vehicle passed by and is visible in that camera, followed by green for life, a vehicle consistent with the appearance of Tim Smith passing by at 2:41, then followed by the 2:43 video from Triple Crown and the 2:43 video also from Marathon.
Does this also show the time, the time located on the Uconnect report of the cell phone connecting to the Jeep?
Yes, the 2:44.
Okay. And was that actually at 2:44 and 54 seconds or something to that effect?
Something like that.
Okay. Is the 5-minute expected travel time, according to Google Maps, consistent with what the surveillance and the Uconnect report shows?
Yes.
In the footage that we just looked at, we saw that the victim's Jeep was still parked in that same location, and that it was still there the day after when the victim's body was found. Am I right?
Yes.
Did you review the Marathon gas station footage to see if there were any figures walking from the direction of the apartment towards the direction of where the residence would be?
Yes, I did.
Using the map, state 64, can you show the jury first explain what you found on the Marathon gas station?
At approximately 2:52 a.m., looking across the street from the Marathon gas station across Lake Weir, there's some businesses with lights that are quite bright. I'm able to see a figure that is passing southbound, which would be the direction of where the primary residence is, crossing across those lights at about that time.
Showing you states 49. Before I play it, would you mind explaining to the jury what to look for?
Sure. All the way across the street, there is some very... So over in this area, there's some very bright lights, like I described. When the video is playing, watching this area here, I'm able to see a figure pass by, moving from this direction to this direction.
And at what time did that surveillance footage show that figure traveling that direction?
2:52 a.m.
Showing you what's been introduced as states triple S. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the Google Maps walking distance. If you were to walk from the Marathon gas station down to the primary residence, listing the time of 35 minutes and 1.6 miles walking.
At this time, state would move state's exhibit triple S into evidence. It's also been judicially noticed, Your Honor.
No objection.
The objection, S will be unanimous as number 70.
Sir. showing you state 70. Explain what we're looking at here.
So this is a Google Maps walking distance. This is how long it would take a normal walking rate for 37 minutes from the Marathon gas station, covering 1.7 miles, going south down 441, going to 52nd, and then walking down south to Herbert Smith's residence.
Does this actually show two different potential paths, one being 37 and one 36?
Yes.
Okay. So if that figure that we saw passing the Marathon gas station at 2:52 a.m., according to Google Maps, a normal walking pace, about when would that figure arrive if it was traveling to the defendant's residence?
Approximately 3:26 a.m. Yes.
Did you indicate that you reviewed the extraction data from the defendant's phone?
Yes.
Based on the location data from the defendant's phone, where was that phone located from the evening of March 23rd around 6:45 p.m. through the next morning until about 5 a.m.?
At his primary residence.
From about 2 a.m. until 3:26 a.m., the period of time that we saw the vehicles traveling back and forth, did you see any outgoing calls or texts from the defendant's phone?
No.
Any website searches?
No.
Anything to indicate the defendant's phone was actively being used by the user?
No.
Are there entries in the phone called device events?
Yes.
What are those?
It's the phone logging whenever you do something. You turn the screen on, you turn the screen off, you use a flashlight, different events that would log it as a device event.
Looking at the defendant's phone data, was there a device event entry at 9:26 p.m. on Thursday evening?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay, that's fine. Did you notice a device entry on the defendant's phone indicating the phone was being turned on at 3:26 a.m.?
Yes.
Assuming the normal walk time of the Google map we just looked at, would that be consistent with when that figure would have arrived at the defendant's residence?
Yes.
What did you find on the defendant's phone data regarding what happened with his phone after it was turned on and used?
At 3:26 a.m., the phone then accesses the Ring application.
Showing your report from stage 63. What are we looking at here?
This is showing the application usage for Herbert Swilley's phone for the times of 3:26 here, showing that the phone was using it.
And the second page of that report, or the bottom page of the bottom part of the first page, what does this show?
It's continuing to show Ring application usage. Those are the entry logs from the phone.
And the second page of the report?
Continued use. The phone ultimately was being
Actually,
used
hold
by
on,
Ring.
hold on. I don't think anyone can read that. So,
There's two.
63, please. Showing you states 63. Generally, what does the phone show about accessing the Ring
hold on a
application?
second. Hold on a second. Approach everybody.
according to exactly what's written on the report, during what period of time was the Ring camera application accessed?
The phone is logged in use of the Ring application from 3:26 and 31 seconds a.m. until 3:27:09 a.m.
According to States 63, according to the exact information on the report, did the phone access Facebook during that period of time?
Yes,
During what period of time?
the phone is logged in usage from 3:27 and 26 seconds a.m. until 4:34 and 47 seconds a.m.
According to what's written in the report, did the phone also access Grindr during that period of time?
Yes, it did.
During what period of time was it accessing Grindr?
Logging access from 3:40 and 49 seconds a.m. until 4:04 and 30 seconds a.m.
According to the report, did the phone also access Gmail?
Yes.
During what period of time?
Gmail access at 3:40 and 2 seconds a.m. and 3:53 and 28 seconds a.m.
When you spoke with the defendant, what did he tell you about his sleeping habits the night of Thursday the 23rd into the early morning hours of Friday the 24th?
He told me he slept through the night till 4:40 and he sleeps hard.
Is the phone data consistent with that?
No.
Okay, you can have a seat. Thank you. Was surveillance footage also recovered from the dump early Friday morning?
Yes.
What did that video show?
There's video from the baseline Mary Camp dump that at 7:07 a.m., a vehicle consistent with the appearance of Herbert Swilley's truck pulls into the dump, and then at 7:14 a.m., a vehicle consistent with the appearance of Herbert Swilley's truck with a trailer attached. It was a trailer attached both ways, then leaves the baseline dump.
Did the trailer have any identifying information on it?
It said on one of the sites, Herbie's Handyman Service or something to that effect.
Okay. Was that trailer consistent with the trailer attached to the white truck when you went to his house?
It wasn't, when I went to his White House to interview him, it was not attached to his truck at that time. There was an enclosed one. This was an open top. It was on the property near the back.
Okay. Showing you States 57. Is this the surveillance from the dump?
Yes.
And what is the timestamp on it?
It's 7:07 a.m.
Showing you the second clip from the dump surveillance. What's the timestamp on this?
7:14 a.m.
I see a phone number on the trailer, right?
Yes.
Is there also some identifying information on that trailer?
Yes.
What does it say?
Herbie's Handyman Service, 352-283-2372.
Is that the phone number that you used to contact the defendant in this case?
Yes.
into Friday morning and into the afternoon, did you locate any indication whether the defendant's cell phone had sent messages to the victim's cell phone?
Repeat the days?
Sure. On the Friday, the 24th, in the morning throughout the day.
Yes, there were text messages.
Okay. Showing you stage 63. Did you notice a message from the defendant's phone to the victim's phone at 8:45 a.m.?
Yes.
What was the content of that?
It's for me to read it. I can't read it from there.
Actual report.
Thanks. The content which was sent to the victim, hey babe, the groomer is there doing the dogs, so if you need anything, just let me know.
What about entry 2 at 10:37 a.m.? What was said?
Hey babe, let me know what you like to do for dinner tonight because I'm done with this shower, so I'm done for the day. Call me or text me.
What about a message number 3 at 3:42 p.m.?
Hey, just want to let you know I'm gonna go to Happy Joyce and free for the meeting. See you there, and I guess we'll decide what's for dinner. Then periods, as I hadn't heard from you today.
Message number 4 at 4:05 p.m. What was said?
I'm gonna swing by your apartment that you have, but I can't get it. I don't have any keys.
What about message 5 at 5:16 p.m.?
Hey, haven't heard from you since you several messages. So I have called the police department to check on. If you get this message, call the sheriffs. Let them know you're okay.
Message 6 at 5:48 p.m.
Hey, Tim, still haven't heard from you. Spend all night, still worried. Please give me a call if you get a chance. Love you.
What about message 7 at 6:06 p.m.?
Hey, babe, I have no idea where you're at, what's going on either, but I am heading to work in the Villages this morning to work on the shower. Please give me a call.
During that same period of time, did you notice any actual outgoing phone calls from the defendant's phone to the victim?
No.
We heard that on March 27th of 2023, you spoke to the defendant and asked if he would bring his Jeep to the sheriff's office, correct?
Yes.
And was that set the following morning?
Yes.
Did you review some surveillance footage from the AutoZone taken the evening of March 27th after your phone call?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 58. Second clip from State's 58. following this entire investigation, was the defendant eventually arrested and formally charged with the murder of Tim Smith?
Yes,
When was that?
November 3rd of 2023.
About how long after the murder did that occur?
About 8 months.
Thank you, Sergeant. I don't have any other questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, please. Morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
On your direct examination, the Celebrate extraction reports for my client's phone and the alleged victim's Samsung Galaxy phone were entered into evidence, correct?
Yes,
And ultimately, a phone was obtained from Jordan Swilley, correct?
yes,
And that phone was, the data from that phone was downloaded.
yes.
But that didn't come until after my client was arrested, correct?
Uh, I don't recall.
Okay. Did you ever look at that report?
Yes,
Okay. And were you aware that prior to my client's arrest for this case in November of 2023 that both my client and Jordan, his daughter, had gotten new phones?
yes.
Okay. So you don't know if the data that you were looking at for Jordan's phone was data from the new phone or the phone that Jordan had at the time when Tim Smith was murdered?
I know that it had some data. I don't know if it's all inclusive.
You mean you don't know which phone it came from? Is that what you're saying?
There was data on Jordan Swilley's phone from the time that the homicide occurred, but I am unable to tell if there's any data that is not there, because some data transfers over when you get a new phone.
Was there location data from when you believe Tim Smith died for Jordan's phone?
I don't recall if it carried over location data.
Okay. Now, to the best of your investigation, the only people that were at the marital home on the evening and the following morning that you believe Tim Smith was killed and then moved to the apartment were my client, Jordan, and Tim Smith.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't recall the location of Jordan's phone during the time period in which you claim Tim Smith was murdered, correct?
Correct. If you give me a moment, I can refresh my memory with my report.
Excuse me a second. Is the answer correct, or? Is it-
I do not recall.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to look at your report? Would that help you refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a copy of it, or do you want to look at it?
I have a copy.
Okay, that's fine. Go
Yes.
ahead.
Thank
let
you.
me
Just
know
one
once
moment.
you've done that.
Thank you, sir. Now, restate your question.
Do you know from reviewing the records from the cell phone extraction of Jordan's phone, the location of her phone during the period of time that you believe Tim Smith was murdered?
I do not see where I notated, and I do not recall. I do not recall if those records have the location, geolocation data in them.
Being as thorough as you are, would that have been information you would have included in your report had you become aware of it during your investigation?
Yes,
But it's not in your report,
correct.
so you didn't do it.
Restate the question. I didn't do what?
You didn't look into or obtain the location data for Jordan's phone that she had at the time you believe Tim Smith was murdered.
Ultimately, sir, I'm not sure if that phone, without going through the records right now, has any location data on it, because the phone was transferred from one phone to another. I don't know that.
And that's another thing. And that is, you didn't bother to get the data from Jordan's phone until she had already gotten a new phone. Is that right?
I got the phone as soon as I could.
Which was 8 months later?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You had already been promoted. Right? You
Yes.
got my client arrested. You've gotten your promotion.
Hold on. When you hear me say hold on, that means hold on.
Sorry, Jay.
If you ask a question, give him a chance to answer before the next question. Okay, go ahead.
You had already gotten promoted, right?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You didn't have the location data because you didn't get it while you were investigating this case, right?
I had no opportunity to get it.
You had no opportunity. You went and got warrants for this, that, and the other. You issued investigative subpoenas for this, that, and the other. How could you possibly have not had the opportunity to get it?
I did not believe that I had a legal nexus to write a search warrant that a judge would grant and allow me to collect Jordan Swilley's cell phone.
She was the only other person besides the deceased and the defendant that was at the marital home when you claim Tim Smith was killed. And you say there's no legal nexus?
In my experience as a detective and law enforcement officer, simply having a phone and being inside of a house while something illegal
Excuse
happens.
me a second. You're not answering the question.
Restate the question. I'm sorry.
Jordan Swilley was the only other person besides the deceased and the defendant that was home at the marital home where you claim Tim Smith was murdered on that date and time.
Yes.
But you're saying there's no legal nexus for you to get her phone data?
No.
Did you ask her for her phone data? Yes or no?
No.
You just didn't do it. Right? Right?
I wanted to do it. No. I did not get it until I was able to receive it.
Are you an expert in phones?
No.
Cell phones?
I'm not a phone expert.
Are you an expert in the Ring application?
No.
Well, that's funny, because you told us
Judge, I'm going to object to the argumentative nature at this point.
this is cross-examination.
Right, I understand. Overrule the objection. Ask your question.
But you told us earlier that you had done a test on your own Ring application. And you were able to determine that when you delete data, there's still a still image. Right?
Yes.
Didn't you say something about that?
Yes.
Okay. And you know what's interesting about all that?
No, I don't know.
Let me tell you.
Oh, hold on. You can just ask questions.
Yes, I'm asking questions.
Okay.
Here's my question.
Yes.
According to you, the only person that saw this still photo from the allegedly deleted Ring app data on defendant's phone at 2:25 a.m., you claim you saw a still shot with no white truck, right?
Yes.
And that's on the morning of Friday, March 24, 2023, right?
Yes.
The morning you claim Herbie used his work truck, Herbie's handyman, left the trailer to move Tim Smith's body.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And the only evidence that would definitively put that truck off of the marital home property is what you claim you viewed on that still photo, right?
No.
Oh, since Mr. Vasquez has it on video, it's got to be the same truck, right?
Yes.
Okay. Within a couple of days of you meeting Herbert told you that he went to the landfill that morning, didn't he?
Yes.
So it's not like he was hiding that from you. He didn't mention it initially, but he mentioned it.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment with my colleague?
Certainly.
Thank you. This time I didn't have any further questions.
Thank you, sir. Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. During the investigation, did you become aware that the defendant had hired an attorney for Jordan?
Yes.
As a law enforcement officer, when somebody has a lawyer, is it common for you to just bypass the lawyer and go and talk to?
No.
Would you have to get a search warrant?
Yes.
Did you feel that you had any legal basis to get a search warrant to forcefully obtain Jordan Swilley's phone?
No.
Can you just write search warrants to go and get whatever things you want, or do you have a basis for it?
I have to have a basis for it.
Mr. Klein asked you again about the still images that you saw on the defendant's phone.
Yes.
And implied that you're the only person that saw these.
Yes.
Did the still images that you saw on his phone, it didn't have an attached video to it, did the times of those still images coincide directly with the times present on the various surveillance footage that we have just looked at?
Yes.
Are all those times of the still images and the times of the surveillance footage moving the vehicles back and forth consistent with those still images?
Yes.
Did you look at those still images and document the times of those still images long before you ever got the surveillance footage from the various locations?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No other questions?
Any redirect? Any recross on those issues?
Briefly, Sergeant, you conducted a follow-up phone interview with Jordan on May the 30th of 2023, correct? I have a copy of it.
I would have. I don't
your
recall
recollection.
to answer that question. I don't recall.
Would reviewing a transcript of that phone interview refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness?
Sure.
Let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
So you had a follow-up phone interview with Jordan on May 30th, 2020. Are we correct?
I would not describe it as an interview, no, sir.
You had a phone call,
I had a phone call with her.
and it was recorded.
Yes.
And during that phone call, you learned that Jordan had an attorney.
Yes.
So you had, if Tim Smith was murdered on March 23rd or 24th of 2023, you had maybe a week left in March, right?
Yes.
You had all of April,
Yes.
and you had almost all of May.
Yes.
No further questions.
Is he excused?
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Have a nice day, sir.
Thank you.
Did we all need a break before we go forward with the next witness? Keep going? Okay.
State calls Dr. Tracy Corey.
Can we pass that back to the clerk? Thank you very much. Ma'am, stay on the podium. Take a step. Raise your right hand, face the clerk.
I do.
Thank you very much. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm sorry, before I start with Dr. Corey, I meant to enter in states are his hospital records of Tim Smith. I filed notice of intent to rely on business record certifications with the business record certification.
No objection.
With states RR.
Sorry, you said R?
RR, yes, sir.
All right. Without objection, say RR will be evidence as number 71.
And may I have access to the monitor, Your Honor, please? Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your name and last name?
Sure. My name is Tracy Suzanne Corey. My last name is spelled C-O-R-E-Y.
Thank you. Where are you employed, Dr. Corey?
I am an associate medical examiner for the District 5 Medical Examiner's Office. The physical office is actually in Leesburg in Lake County.
How long have you worked there?
I started there part-time in 2018, and I went full-time there in 2019.
And what do you do there?
I am a physician, a doctor. Specifically, I am a forensic pathologist.
Can you give the jury a brief history of your employment prior to the District 5 Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, ma'am. Do you want me to go through my education first?
If
or-
you want to, you can do that first.
Okay.
If you want, I was going to get to that, but
Okay. Go in sequential order, I guess. I graduated from a small college in Danville, Kentucky in 1983 called College with a degree in biochemistry and molecular biology. I then graduated from University of Louisville School of Medicine in Louisville, Kentucky with my MD degree in 1987. I then first undertook a year internship in internal medicine with university-affiliated hospitals in Louisville. Then that was followed by 3 years of training in what's called anatomic pathology with university-affiliated hospitals in Louisville, and then a 1-year fellowship in the subspecialty of forensic pathology with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Louisville. After I finished my training, I became board certified in both anatomic and forensic pathology by the American Board of Pathology. I then served first for 5 years as an assistant medical examiner for the medical examiner's office in Kentucky. In 1997, I was appointed to be the chief medical examiner for the state of Kentucky, and I served in that role and also as a clinical professor and division director with University of Louisville School of Medicine in forensic pathology, and I held those roles until I retired from state government and from the university at the beginning of 2016, at which time I moved to Florida. I've been licensed to practice medicine in Kentucky, in Indiana, in Nevada, and in Florida. I currently only keep my Florida license because I only practice here now. After I retired from state government in 2016, I then worked for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit as their forensic pathology consultant, looking at cases from all over the nation and actually even in other countries as well when Americans died abroad. And I also served part-time at the medical examiner's office in Las Vegas until 2019 when I quit traveling and became full-time here for the District 5 Medical Examiner's Office.
thank you. Would it be fair to say you've been performing autopsies for over 35 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
I do not know. It's over 5,000 at this point, but I don't know a number.
Right. And I think you've already said this, but you are a medical doctor.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever given opinion testimony in court in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, ma'am, many times in many states.
Right. And have you testified for the defense in both civil and criminal trials?
Yes, ma'am, many times in many states.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness be allowed to give opinion testimony in the field of forensic pathology.
Any objection about that?
No objection.
That's fine.
Thank you. Can you tell the jury what pathology is?
Basically, pathology is a study of natural disease. Like if you go to your doctor and you have a mole on your back and the doctor says, I don't like the way that looks, or you go to your doctor and you get a pap smear. Any samples that are taken from a person, if it's sent to the lab to be looked at, the lab is a pathologist someplace who's going to look at that tissue under the microscope and say, oh, it may be cancer, or it looks like it's normal tissue. Basically, anatomic pathology is the study of natural disease and centered mainly on taking specimens from living people, both in clinics, in your primary care doctor's office or your dermatologist's office, and then also in hospitals if you have surgery and have something removed.
What's forensic pathology?
Well, forensic pathology is a subspecialty of anatomic pathology, just like cardiology is a subspecialty of internal medicine. All cardiologists have to be internists first. To learn all the natural diseases, and then we do an additional year of training to concentrate on traumatic injuries, on documenting and interpreting trauma, and in performing autopsies, the examination of deceased persons. In forensic pathology, we're performing these autopsies on people who die suddenly and unexpectedly or from what are thought to be unnatural causes, and we are trying to document and interpret their injuries or natural diseases so that we can form an opinion and fill out a death certificate talking about and deciding the diagnosis for cause of death and manner of death. Those are the two things that we have to fill out on the death certificates.
So that's your job as a medical examiner to determine cause and manner of death.
Yes, ma'am, I do it every day.
What are the different manners of death you could put on an autopsy report?
Okay, so first of all, for causes of death, that's the thing that killed the person, and there's like thousands of choices because there's thousands of diseases and traumatic injuries and ways to die. For manner of death, it's a little box that we check basically on the death certificate. And for the manner of death, for the cause of death, we write out what the disease or event is that killed the person. For manner of death, we just check a box. And we only have 5 choices. And those 5 choices are natural. That's a natural disease process like cancer or heart disease. Accident, when somebody dies suddenly and unexpectedly from an unforeseen event like a motor vehicle collision or something like that, accident at work. Suicide, when someone takes their own life. Homicide, when the intentional act, when we through our investigation feel that the intentional act of one person led to the death of another, then we call that a homicide. And then undetermined, if we just can't tell. Now, when I'm checking that box and making a ruling for the death certificate on manner of death, I'm not saying anything about whether or not a criminal act occurred, because that's none of my business. I'm simply looking at the facts as I see them and saying, it looks like the intentional act of one person led to the death of another. So there are plenty of cases where I call something a homicide and nobody's prosecuted. If it's thought to be a stand your ground case or a justified police shooting or something like that, nobody's charged. On the other hand, there are plenty of cases where I call it an accident and people are charged with a criminal event, with a criminal act. And the most common example of that is in the case of a motor vehicle collision where the driver is deemed to be impaired and they're charged with drunk driving.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question, please.
When determining the cause and manner of death, what things do you look at to assist you?
I look at the body and historical information, and I also collect samples to be sent to laboratories as necessary, including things like toxicology.
Did you perform an autopsy on the body of Tim Smith on March 26th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you generally describe the autopsy procedure for the jury?
The autopsy begins with an external examination when the body is looked at on the outside. And during the external examination, I am noting things like physical characteristics, how tall is the person, how much do they weigh, things like that. I also, during the external examination, note any injuries, and I document those both by photographs and by a written or a dictated description. The external examination is followed by an internal examination in which we examine first all of the organs in the chest and abdomen and also in the neck. By making an incision over the front of the body. We access the organs that way. We look at them first in situ, that is as they sit in the body cavity. And then each organ and organ system is systematically removed and dissected. Also, we examine the contents of the head. We look at the brain, and we do that by making an ear-to-ear incision, reflecting the front part forward, the back part back. We create a skull cap using a saw like they use at the orthopedic office to take off casts. And we look at the brain first in situ, and then we remove that and dissect that as well. At the end of the autopsy, though, everything except very small tissue samples or body fluids, everything is returned to the body, and the body is not disfigured in any way so that normal funeral viewing can occur.
Were photographs taken of Tim Smith's body before and during the autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you write a report containing your findings?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the autopsy include documenting the height and weight of Tim Smith?
Yes, it did.
Can you tell the jury what the height and weight of Tim Smith
was? Mr. Smith was measured to be 73 inches tall, so that's 6'1", and he had a measured weight of 176 pounds.
Now, as part of your autopsy, do you take blood samples?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the medical examiner's office have a toxicology lab?
No, we reference those samples out to a national lab, as most ME offices do.
All right. And is the lab that's sent to called NMS lab?
Yes, that's the laboratory that we have the contract with.
All right. And does the medical examiner's office routinely rely on results from the NMS laboratory?
Yes.
And what sort of test did you order from NMS laboratory?
For Mr. Smith's case, I ordered what is called an expanded toxicology panel, where in most cases, we order a basic panel where we're looking for the presence of alcohol or other drugs, illicit drugs, prescription narcotics, cocaine, fentanyl, things like that. But in this case, I ordered what's called an expanded panel that also looks for over-the-counter common over-the-counter medicines and common prescription drugs.
Does it routinely take up to 6 weeks to get the toxicology results back?
Yes, ma'am, especially if you order an expanded panel.
So you would have completed the autopsy portion by the time you received the toxicology report back?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I want to talk first about the toxicology results, even though you got those later. What were the results of the toxicology on Tim Smith's blood?
Mr. Smith, at the time of his death, had both acetaminophen, that's Tylenol, in his bloodstream, and also diphenhydramine. That's the common trade name for diphenhydramine is Benadryl. Those were the only two substances found.
All right. What was the level of the diphenhydramine?
The diphenhydramine concentration was measured at 2,000 nanograms per milliliter.
All right. And what about the acetaminophen?
The acetaminophen was measured at 16 micrograms per milliliter.
All right. Now you said acetaminophen is Tylenol?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there any significance to the fact that there was Tylenol or acetaminophen in his blood?
It just means he took a Tylenol,
Okay.
and it was at a therapeutic level.
All right. So a normal level of that.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that diphenhydramine is commonly known as Benadryl?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are there other medications that's found, over-the-counter medicines that would be found in, like, say, Tylenol PM, something like that?
Yes, ma'am. Sometimes, I mean, it depends on what you get, but you have to always read the label. But Tylenol PM might have diphenhydramine in it, and it might have another substance called doxylamine in it, which is also a sleep aid over the counter.
Is diphenhydramine rapidly absorbed if taken orally?
It certainly can be. It's somewhat dependent on what else you might have in your stomach.
All right. And what are the effects of diphenhydramine on the body?
Well, diphenhydramine is used by a lot of people as an over-the-counter sleep medication, and it's also used to tamp down allergy symptoms such as itchy, watery eyes, runny nose, things like that.
So it would make you tired?
It can, yes.
All right.
That's why people take it.
All right. Now, what would be the highest level of diphenhydramine in the blood based on a therapeutic dose?
Well, I don't know what the highest therapeutic dose would be, but according to the literature, basically if somebody has taken a normal dose of Benadryl or diphenhydramine to induce sleep, the level will be somewhere around 60 to 70 nanograms per mil.
And that's taken a normal dose?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, you said that Tim Smith's dose was 2,000?
That's correct.
All right. Would you expect Tim Smith to be awake with a level of 2,000 nanograms per milliliter of diphenhydramine?
I would think that he would be asleep or at least very, very drowsy or groggy.
Would you expect him to be able to drive a car?
He might try, but it wouldn't be recommended.
And now you said that the comprehensive panel that you ordered tests for many different drugs, illegal and legal drugs.
Yes, over-the-counter and prescription common drugs,
All right.
yes.
Did that panel test for an erectile dysfunction drug called tadalafil?
Yes, and that is also used for what's called benign nodular hyperplasia of the prostate. Having a big prostate, it can be used for that as well.
As well as erectile dysfunction?
Yes.
All right. Was tadalafil found in Tim's blood panel?
No.
Does the comprehensive panel test for duloxetine, which is found in the brand name Cymbalta?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was duloxetine found in Tim's blood?
There was no duloxetine detected.
All right. And that was the results of the toxicology.
Yes, there were the two substances found, the acetaminophen and the diphenhydramine. Those were the only two substances.
All right, now I want to move on to the external examination that you did on Tim Smith's body. Would photographs help explain your findings?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit TTT. You can look at those and tell me if you recognize those.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the way Tim Smith's body looked during your autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time we move State's Exhibit TTT into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
The objection will be in what's next number? There's witness number 72.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you take general overall photographs before you begin the autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you photograph number 1 of State's 72.
Hold on. Do you want the outside one on?
I'm sorry?
Do you want the exterior monitor on?
Yeah, that's fine, Judge.
Okay. Please make sure no one crowds around the door. Or also, nobody has cameras out at all right now. Absolutely not.
Can you tell us what we're looking at in photograph number 1?
This is Mr. Smith's body as it was received at the medical examiner's office. You can see that he is laying on a sheet within a blue body bag.
And what is the green that we see? For some reason the pointer doesn't want to work. The green right here.
The green over the abdomen, that is just decomposition. He was in an early stage of decomposition, so that isn't an injury. That's just where we all have bacteria in our colon, in our large intestine, that help us digest our food. But after you die, if your body is not refrigerated, those bacteria begin to produce colored compounds and gases. And so this is just evidence of early decomposition.
And then that's the medical examiner's case number in the bottom left-hand side.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And now I want to talk about an injury to the left eye. I'm showing you photograph number 2. What can you tell us about that injury?
Well, basically, this is referred to as a blunt force injury. Around Mr. Smith's eye, you can see that he has what's called ecchymosis, which is basically blood underneath the skin. Around the eye itself, particularly on both the upper lid and the lower lid to the side over here. And then along the lower lid, you can also see a smaller horizontally oriented darker area, and that's basically a superficial abrasion where the top layers of the skin are off, and that's a blunt force injury as well.
And that's, you're talking about this right here?
Yes, ma'am.
I think 3, is that just a closer up picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to move on to the right eye injury. I'm showing you photograph number 4, which is first a further away view, and then I want to move on to 5. Can you tell us about the injury to the right eye?
Well, on Mr. Smith's right eye area, mainly up along the very side of his eyebrow, you can see what looks like some swelling, which it was, as well as little red and blue dots. And again, this is a blunt force injury, basically a bruise with some swelling to the right eye area, right at the brow ridge there.
Right here?
Yes,
What is a
ma'am.
blunt force injury?
Well, basically, as a forensic pathologist, I break injuries down into either blunt force or sharp force. Blunt force is by impact to the skin or an organ with a blunt object. It could be the ground because you fall. It could be a fist. It could be anything that doesn't have a sharp edge. We just differentiate between blunt force and sharp force. Sharp force injuries are things like cutting injuries and stabbings.
Are you able to tell what object caused these blunt force injuries on Mr. Smith's face?
No, ma'am. Specifically, the one to the eyebrow here is located over a bony prominence, so that could come from contact with any, say, broad, flat surface, like the ground even.
I want to talk about the neck injury, and this is photograph number 6 of States 72. And I'm going to show photograph 7, which is a closer picture. What are we looking at here?
This is what is referred to as a ligature furrow, and basically what this is consistent with is Mr. Smith having had something around his neck with some pressure on it to cause that indentation and that discoloration. This ligature furrow began on the right side, right below the angle of the mandible, right below the angle of his jawbone. It goes across his neck, and then it went to the left side over to what's called the mastoid process, which is that bump that you can feel behind your ear. It measured a 1/2 inch in width, and is going all the way across the neck. As you see, it measured 11.5 inches in length.
Can you tell anything? Is this a clear and defined mark on his neck?
Very.
Okay. Does that tell you anything about what caused this or how long it was on his neck?
Well, in general, for most ligatures, the longer they are around the neck, even in the post-mortem state, after the person has died, the more well-defined they become. If somebody hangs themselves and they're found right away and the ligature is removed, a lot of times we can barely see anything on the neck when we have to go by historical information. When I see a ligature furrow this well-defined, it is usually associated with the ligature having been on for a period of time. But in addition to the period of time that might have been involved, I think that there might have been an element of a chemical reaction as well.
Okay, why do you say that?
Mr. Smith's body, even when I received it at the autopsy, smelled very, very strongly of bleach. And I think that many of the marks that I saw on his body were caused by drying of the skin due to the presence of bleach. If bleach had been poured on him while the ligature was on and then sat there for a while, that might explain why this mark is so prominent and so dark.
Thank you. And can you tell us what made that mark?
Something about that width, and that's obviously flexible because it's going around the neck.
I want to show you a photograph number 30 from States 5. There's a rope right here. Can you say anything about whether that rope caused the injury to the neck?
No.
Okay. All right. Now I want to talk about what you've indicated is some petechiae?
Petechiae, yes ma'am.
On the face. And I'm showing you photograph number 8. What is petechiae and where is it on?
Okay, petechial hemorrhages or petechiae are just places where capillaries have popped. The smallest blood vessels in your body are called capillaries, and they're the interface between the arterial side of your blood system and the venous side. And that's where the capillaries is where oxygen exchange actually takes place. So you're covered, we're all covered in capillaries everywhere. They're tiny, tiny, tiny. If for some reason they get overfilled or there's a disease process that affects the integrity of the wall of the capillary, they pop. And every place they pop, we see a tiny pinpoint hemorrhage. So for me as a pathologist, I'm not only looking to see whether petechiae are present or absent, I'm looking to see what their pattern is.
Okay. I'm going to show you photograph number 9 a little closer up. Where is the petechiae on his face in this picture?
Well, you can see petechiae both on his cheek there.
Right here?
Yes, ma'am, all those little red dots, those are petechiae. And you can also see them up on his forehead and around that injury to his right eyebrow there. Yeah, those are, excuse me, those are more petechiae.
Okay.
Yes,
and what
ma'am.
causes that?
They're places where capillaries, those tiny, tiny, tiny little delicate blood vessels have popped.
What can cause them to pop?
Again, it depends. Natural diseases can cause them to pop. Things like Rocky Mountain spotted fever. It's called Rocky Mountain spotted fever because the people have spots. They're covered in petechiae. But trauma or blockage of blood vessels can also cause petechiae. And so as a pathologist, what I have to do is I have to look at the pattern. Mr. Smith only had them on his head. And then he had some on his back associated with what's called lividity, where blood pools. The petechiae being limited to his head and not being on his chest and not being on his arms tells me that they're caused by pressure. They're caused by trauma. It's not a natural disease.
Thank you. Right, and then I want to show you photograph number 10, the lower lip. What are we looking at here in the lower lip?
Yes, this is a little bit hard to see, but we're looking at the right aspect of Mr. Smith's lower lip, and basically he had an area of bleeding underneath the lip surface, what's called the mucosa, and some swelling associated. So again, it's consistent with blunt trauma to the lower lip area on the right.
Now I'm showing you photograph number 11. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a bit of a confusing photo when you see it. What you're looking at on the left-hand side of the photo right there, that's the point of his elbow. And so you're looking at the back of his upper arm. And yes, ma'am. And the red areas and purple areas that you see, again, this is blunt trauma. These are bruises.
So this is a bruises to the back of his left arm right here.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a bruise or just his elbow right here to the left?
I think that might be a little superficial abrasion as well, but that can just come from pressure, from like in the position that he might have been in, laying on the floor after death. That could do that.
But this is blunt force trauma, this right here.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going to show you photograph number 12. Can you tell us what we're looking at on the inside of the eye here?
You're looking at the inside of his eyelid there, and again, we see more petechial hemorrhages, more of those places where the capillaries have popped. All those little red dots are individual petechial hemorrhages.
And then photograph 13, is that a different angle of the inside of the eye?
Yes, ma'am, that's the upper lid, and you can see actually a little bit larger area of bleeding as well, where those petechiae have kind of coalesced. It's a bigger area of hemorrhage, but it's the same thing.
And can that be caused by the ligature that was put on his neck in the strangulation?
Well, it's caused by blood not being able to exit the head because of something like a ligature. Yes, ma'am.
And then it causes that in the petechiae in the eye?
Yes, ma'am. The blood vessels get too full and they pop.
Now, we talked a little bit about the bleach, so I want to show you a couple photographs and ask you about this. I'm going to show you photograph number 14 of state 72. What are we looking at here in state 14 right here?
As you can see, this is Mr. Smith's right arm, elbow, and forearm area. In addition, you can still see his head and neck and the ligature mark. But you see this like kind of oval pattern on his forearm and arm. I was a little bit confused by this at first, but I think that what made that is basically him lying on the floor with bleach in that area, and the bleach just basically over time drying out the skin in that area.
Okay. So this is then actually a blunt force trauma injury. This is from the bleach, his arm lying in the bleach.
That's my opinion, yes, that he just laid there long enough that the bleach dried out the skin, and you can kind of visualize it yourself if somebody's lying on the floor, how the arm in that area would be in contact with the floor.
And then photograph number 15 kind of orient us to what we're looking at here.
This is Mr. Smith's buttock area, and again, it shows a pattern that I think was also due to just laying in contact with bleach on the floor.
And that would this right here is not an injury. That's from lying in the bleach.
That's my opinion. Yes, ma'am.
And then photograph number 16. What are we looking at here?
Photograph number 16 shows Mr. Smith's buttocks and thighs, and again over the back of the left thigh, you can see that same type of pattern.
And then photograph 17.
Photograph 17 shows you Mr. Smith's back. The red and purple color is mainly due to blood pooling as he laid on his back after death. After you die, while you're alive, your blood is circulating through your body because your heart is pumping it. But after you die and your heart stops, the blood just starts to settle based on gravity. So the pink and purple areas are mainly just due to blood settling. But in addition to that, he has some more prominent areas, probably where the blood pooled long enough that the capillaries started to pop.
Is that what we're looking at right here in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, after the external examination, did you perform an internal examination?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you described earlier how you did that. You take the organs out and look at all of the organs. I'm going to show you photograph number 18. Is this part of your internal examination?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is a close-up of,
Excuse me, can I give you the pointer so you can
yes, ma'am.
describe just right here so you can tell us and point to what we're looking at?
Okay. It's been, all the surrounding tissues have been basically covered. What you're looking at is the front of Mr. Smith's cervical spine, the spine in his neck. We have already removed the larynx and the esophagus. We've removed the windpipe and the thyroid gland and the food tube that takes food from your mouth to your stomach. All that's been removed. That's all in the front, and we've removed all that, and you're looking directly down on the bones of the neck. And what you can see here, it's a little bit difficult to tell what you're looking at if you don't look at it every day, but basically the reason it is so dark here, for one thing, is because there's hemorrhage or bleeding. And then if you look carefully in the middle right there, what that is, that's called a fractured disarticulation. Basically what that means is that you have in your neck, we all have 7 cervical vertebrae. We have 7 vertebrae stacked one on top of the other in our neck. And what has happened in this case is that between the 4th and the 5th of those 7 vertebrae, there's been a force applied to the neck such that it popped open the space between that 4th vertebrae and that 5th one. So the neck's been, even though the bones themselves are intact, the neck has been broken because it's been popped open between those 2 vertebrae.
Is this a hyperextension type of injury?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that mean?
So basically with neck injuries, you can talk about a hyperflexion injury where the neck is bent forward and then that would pop open the back, or a hyperextension injury where the head is tilted back and that would pop open the front of the neck. So this would be consistent with a hyperextension type injury.
So the neck being back this way to break it that way.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And can you say anything about what position either the person that caused the injury or Tim was in when this happened?
No, ma'am.
Now, what can you say about the timing of the blunt force injuries we saw to the face and the broken neck? Which one happened first? Can you say anything about that?
They both appeared to be at or about the same time.
Now, you noted in your report, and you talked about this a little bit earlier, there was early decompositional changes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is the amount of decomposition consistent with Tim being killed the late evening of March 23rd of 2023 or early morning hours of March 24th, 2023?
May I answer and explain?
Okay. Yes.
It's consistent with that time period, but it could also be consistent with before that or after that. Time of death is not a precise determination.
All right. Because we see sometimes on TV, they look at a body and go, it was March 23rd at 8:05. That's when the person died. Is that realistic in what you do to be able to tell somebody's time of death from that?
Absolutely not.
What is the best way for you in your job to determine a person's time of death?
The only reliable way to determine time of death is to determine what time the person was last reliably known alive, when did they talk to their mom on the phone, and when were they found reliably dead, when did the neighbor find them. And time of death happened in between those two. That's the only absolutely reliable way.
So the last time this person was seen alive was 9:30 in the evening, March 23rd. of 2023 and then found on March 25th of 2023, we would put the time of death sometime between those two times.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, between March 23rd and March 25th.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you find any defensive wounds on Tim Smith's body?
Defensive wounds is a kind of hard term for me to define. He had superficial abrasions, but no, not really, I guess.
But you don't know what the abrasions could have been from him falling?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Would the amount of diphenhydramine affect his ability to fight back?
I would think so, yes, ma'am. It's going to make him very sleepy, as we already talked about.
All right. Now, were you able to determine a cause of death for Tim Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was Tim Smith's cause of death?
In my opinion, Mr. Smith died from trauma to the neck, associated both with the ligature asphyxia and the broken neck.
All right. What is the ligature asphyxia? What does that mean?
Asphyxia basically means lack of oxygen. And we've already talked about those little petechiae to his face. And so I think it's a combination of both lack of oxygen due to a ligature being around his neck and the fact that his neck was eventually, during that same time period, broken.
Were you able to determine a manner of death?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
In my opinion, the manner of death is homicide.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
You mentioned regarding the results of your autopsy of Mr. Smith that you believe the broken neck was caused by a hyperextension type of injury. Did I hear that right?
It's consistent with some type of hyperextension force because it's only broken on the front side.
Meaning that the head was tilted back.
Yes, sir, that would be consistent.
Okay. And you're unable to identify, from what I gathered from your testimony on direct examination, an exact date and time that Tim Smith died.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And it was a combination of two different things that caused his death. It was ligature asphyxiation as well as the broken neck.
Yes, sir, I think that those are the mechanisms. The cause of death is it is just basically neck trauma, but he has those two mechanisms, both the ligature and the break between the two vertebrae.
And you believe with the amount of medication that he had in him that can be used for treatment of allergies or as a sleep aid, that he would have been very tired?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Not asleep per se, but very tired.
He could have been asleep, I can't say. It's a very high level.
Understood. I don't have any further questions.
You redirect?
No, Your Honor, no further questions. I'd ask that you be excused.
Have a nice day, ma'am. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
You can just have one moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. Corey. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this time the state rests.
Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Florida has rested this case. However, the trial is not over. but will cause us to take a break, okay? So you'll get a short break. Remember, you can't begin to discuss the case because the case is not over. When you hear the instructions, you'll understand you can't begin to deliberate the case at all until you've heard all the evidence and all the arguments by the attorneys and all the instructions. So that will be after that is when you get to deliberate. Otherwise, you're free to discuss whatever you want, other than the only thing you have in common. Okay? Thank you. jury is out, state is rested. Mr. Klein, anything you want to do at this point?
It's a good time for a JOA argument, Judge.
All right.
The defendant at this point moves for a judgment of acquittal. The defendant is charged by indictment, as the court and parties are well aware, with one count of first-degree premeditated murder. To prove the crime as charged, the state must prove these elements. Timothy Smith is dead. We've already stipulated to that element. Nothing to argue there. The death was caused by the criminal act of Herbert Swilley, and that there was a premeditated killing of Timothy Smith. The argument from the defense as to why the court should grant our motion for judgment of acquittal is that the state has failed to present a prima facie case as to the element of causation, that the death of Timothy Smith was caused by the criminal act of Herbert Swilley, based on the evidence presented during the state's case in chief. For these reasons, we would ask the court to grant our judgment of acquittal.
Mr. Flexman?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Addressing just that issue, Your Honor, judging the evidence in light most favorable to the state, some of the high points of the testimony have been that per the defendant's own statement, the defendant, the victim and Jordan Swilley were home at 9:30 p.m. that evening. The defendant would have had the ability and opportunity to surreptitiously put the diphenhydramine into the victim's drink without the victim knowing. Jordan Swilley testified that when she went to bed, went to her room, the last time she saw the victim was fine. He wasn't impaired in any way. Defendant said that he and the victim went to bed at 9:30. He never indicated in any of the interview that the victim was impaired in any way. So at this point, the only person who had access to the defendant or access to the victim in the bedroom would be the defendant. Defendant said he never left the house that evening until about 5 a.m. the next morning when he went to the gym. Surveillance footage refused that in light most favorable to the state, which showed that the defendant's truck leaving in the middle of the night, traveling towards the apartment, along with the victim's cell phone. The victim's cell phone is at the apartment at 2:12 a.m. The surveillance then shows the truck returning, pulling into the property of the Swilleys, Mr. Swilley, I mean. Surveillance then shows the Jeep leaving and traveling to the apartment, arriving at 2:45, and it remains there until the victim's body is found. The surveillance then shows the figure walking in the direction of the residence. According to Google Maps, that walking trip should take about 35 minutes, placing the defendant back at the house around 3:26 in the morning. Lo and behold, that is when the defendant's cell phone starts to access the Ring camera app. The Ring camera still shot seen by Detective Pinder on the defendant's phone verify that movement and are corroborated by the surveillance footage from the various businesses that we've seen. All of this information refutes, in light most favorable to the state, refutes the defendant's statements about being home and asleep all night. We also presented evidence of a financial motive regarding the fact that the victim was likely going to be getting a new job, moving away, leaving the defendant and his daughter unable to pay the daily bills as well as the mortgage. We also established evidence of a declining relationship starting about a year earlier up until just before this murder occurs. Additionally, some other tidbits. The defendant told his daughter, according to Jordan Swilley's testimony the next morning, to say she was asleep and heard nothing, and that as she was asked to say the defendant was home all night. Defendant afterwards gets rid of the victim's belongings, his personal things, all within a few days. There's no evidence in the victim's phone of a meeting with anybody Thursday night or early Friday morning before he misses that important job interview at 9 a.m. So therefore, it's unreasonable to think that the victim went and met somebody for sex in the middle of the night, and that this random person killed him when he had an opportunity for this important job meeting the next morning, or that he would voluntarily take a dosage of over 30 times the recommended dosage of diphenhydramine the night before such an interview. In the light most favorable to the state has proven a prima facie case that the defendant was the one who committed this murder.
What is the direct evidence of premeditation, first reading.
Yes, sir. Direct evidence of premeditation would include the fact that the defendant had a exorbitantly high amount of diphenhydramine in his system, about 30 plus times over the recommended dosage, which indicates.
Well, I mean, that's not direct evidence, would it not be circumstantial evidence?
I think if someone is going to dose somebody with that type of a sleeping medication, that would make it easier to, that requires planning and preparation in order to find a way to get that into the victim's system. The only other option is the victim did it himself, which would be unreasonable in light of the facts that we have here. So that is direct evidence, in my opinion, of an effort to plan to put the victim in a situation where the murder would become doable. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying that sounds like circumstantial evidence, not direct. Nobody sees him put anything in anyone's drink, right?
Correct. As far as him as the one that did that, there is no direct evidence that he was the one that did that. I was
Right.
indicating that, to my mind, that is direct evidence of premeditation, that someone did it. Additionally, we have the strangulation, which obviously premeditation can happen in an instant if you have the fully formed intent to kill. We know strangulation is a lengthy process. It is not a situation like a gunshot wound to the head. We all have the broken neck, which obviously requires some great force, and some of the methodical actions after the murder of covering it up and moving the body. And additionally, we have blunt force trauma to the victim's face, which indicates now we have multiple mechanisms of injury. We not only have a ligature, but we have a fist or some other object using to strike the victim's face. So we have two separate mechanisms of injuries, obviously separated in time, and an intent to use those two different objects.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's direct evidence that he was murdered. There's circumstantial evidence that the defendant is the person who murdered him, noting that circumstantial evidence is perfectly valid evidence. But I view the evidence in the standard that is appropriate, which is the light that's most favorable to the state. And under that standard, the light most favorable to the state, I find there is sufficient evidence to prove each of the elements of first-degree murder. Having reviewed all the evidence that has been admitted, taking notes, reviewing those notes as we go along, I find that the evidence in light most favorable to the state establishes each of the three elements of first-degree murder, so I'll deny the motion for judgment acquittal at this time. Mr. Klein, where are we going from here?
Your Honor, we intend to call Jordan Swilley as our initial defense witness. We also have lined up the Zoom witness to appear early if we can get to her before the lunch break. I don't know that we will, given the time, but we do have
Well,
that.
how long would her testimony take?
Would Jordan's testimony
No,
take?
the other person.
She's a bit of a talker. I would say direct 20 to 30 minutes
Okay.
max.
Well, we probably won't be able to have time to start it before
Okay.
the lunch break.
Okay.
Plus, I want to make sure that everything is set up. She's,
Yes.
able to log on.
Yes.
Reception's
Understand.
clear and all the rest of that. Just make sure she's, and I don't know if this is the case, but it is difficult to do it if a person is trying to hold a phone. Do you have any idea what method she tends to be using?
I do not. We will discuss that
So
with
if
her
it's a
during the
phone,
lunch break.
try to prop it so, honestly, because we're all staring at a screen, when someone's holding a phone, it's going to be like
It's
you're
hard.
on
I
a
understand.
circus ride. Probably not that helpful. Obviously, you can't be in the car or anyplace else.
Understood.
Or can't be driving, which I've had. But I think the main thing is that the phone is stable. Whatever the camera has to, the main thing is it needs to be stable, because it's difficult for people to watch something that's moving all over the place.
Understood.
So please check with her. I mean, if it's a phone, fair enough, but make sure it's propped against something so that it's not moving around.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe we have the link. She has the link.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll be ready to go on that. And you don't need to tell me if you don't want to, but is there any other planned witnesses? I'm just trying to get some idea of time.
There are. I don't think any of them are going to be as lengthy as the first two.
Okay.
So I expect we'll be done by mid-afternoon, which would leave time, if the court would like, for a charge conference.
Well, I have to have a charge conference. You know, but, so I will. I'll have a charge conference, which I need to have. Like I said, I'll go over all the instructions with everybody, as is my practice. Once we have finished the instructions, I'm going to give them to each of you and look them over again. And I always ask, are there any objections to the instructions as they exist? So that's your opportunity to then object to any portion of the instructions in any manner whatsoever. And then once everyone's good, we make copies, and I make copies for all the jurors that I give them during deliberations. I don't give them before deliberations, I give them during deliberations. So it is helpful. If you can tell me there's a problem before, I make 12 copies.
Understood.
I do tend to read the initial part of the instructions. Which really would define the offense, the lessers, and then plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof, and then the 2.7 closing argument. And then I read that before you start closings, and then I do the weighing part after. Luckily there's not a huge amount of instructions, so it won't take that long to do them. But I know you guys had asked to do closings in the morning. Is that still what you want to do?
Yes, Your Honor.
So
Yes, Your Honor.
as long as we are done with everything, we're all good to go. I'm happy to let you do that, but that means 8:30, barring, all the little things that happen, after I bring them in, give them all the rest, I'll start reading the instructions. I want to be able to say, yes, I'm reading, and we already have the copies done, and we're all good to go. So,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Swilley, I do want to remind you of something that's very important, is that you have a right to testify in this case. You also have a right not to testify. Do you understand both of your rights?
Yes, I did.
Obviously, they're opposing rights. You have to choose one or the other. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I want you to make sure that you understand that the choice is yours. I certainly want you to discuss your choice with your attorney, and you don't need to at this time tell me what your choice is.
Okay.
But I want you to understand that the choice is yours and yours alone. Nobody can force you to testify, and nobody can force you to not testify. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree that if somebody has forced you to make a decision, you will let me know that?
Yes, sir.
So that by the time you make a decision, which will probably be, and it's got to be basically before your attorney rests
Right.
the case. Okay, so you're free to go back and forth, do whatever you want, but once your attorney says we rest and the evidence is closed, we're pretty much forestalling any more evidence.
Yes, sir.
So you'd have to make a decision. But I want you to understand the decision is yours
Yes,
and
sir.
yours alone. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Are we ready for the jurors? Bring them back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I know you've all been paying close attention to the witnesses in this case. We will now hear from witnesses from the defense. I ask you to continue to pay close attention to those witnesses. Mr. Mr. Klein, you ready to begin with your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The defense will call Jordan Swilley.
Ma'am, stand, face the clerk again, raise your right hand.
Yes.
Have a seat, please, thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
I know you've already told us who you are, but tell us one more time.
Jordan Swilley.
All right. And you're the daughter of my client, correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for being here again this morning.
Of course.
After Tim Smith's death, did you continue to live at the marital home for a period of time?
Yes.
Okay. And was it after your dad's arrest for this case that you moved out of the marital home?
Yes.
During that period of time that you remained in the marital home after Tim Smith's death, was there any point in time where crime scene investigators from the sheriff's office came to process the marital home for evidence?
After his arrest or before?
Before your dad's arrest, after Tim Smith's death?
Yes.
Okay. What did they come and do?
They came and took photos.
Okay. And that was on the day that Tim Smith's body was discovered, correct?
Yes.
Beyond coming to the marital home and taking pictures, did they do anything else?
I believe they took medications.
That was on the same day they took pictures.
Yes.
Did they ever do anything with the white work truck that your dad had?
I'm not quite sure
You don't
exactly
know?
what happened now.
Okay. And after your dad was charged with the murder of Tim Smith, you obtained a durable power of attorney for your father, correct?
Yes.
All right. And eventually, acting as your dad's agent, you sold the land that that marital home was on to another person.
Yes.
Okay. And you received cash for that sale.
Yes.
Did you ever indicate to anyone else that you were gifting those parcels of land that comprise the marital home to anyone else and not expecting anything in return?
No.
If I were to show you a document that was prepared related to that transaction, would that help refresh your recollection as to whether or not you gifted the property to someone else?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ma'am, I just want you to read over the document and the attached exhibit and let me know if that refreshes your recollection. And take your time.
Yes.
All right. did you indicate to anyone else that the transaction for that real property, those real properties that comprise the marital home, to another person by you as your dad's power of attorney was a gift?
Yes.
And that as part of that gift, you weren't going to request or receive anything in return?
Judge, I'm going to object to leading at this point.
That's the same.
So was it a gift?
No, personally, I didn't think it was a gift.
Okay.
But that's just how they wrote it in the documents.
The documents. Are we talking, was this a gift affidavit?
I'm not sure.
Would it refresh your recollection if you reviewed the title of the document?
Can I have one approach here?
Your Honor, may I have 1 moment with my colleague?
Certainly.
Did you at any point contact Hartford about the life insurance policy for Tim Smith?
I can't remember exactly.
All right. Would anything help you recall that information?
Yes.
What?
I had a friend that was trying to get me to help figure out if I was a beneficiary or not on it, but we were never sure. And I'm not sure if she ever contacted them or not.
Who was that friend?
Her name was Susie.
Is this an attorney?
I believe so.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Your Honor, I do not have any additional questions of this witness. I just need to retrieve
Okay.
the document.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor, I have no questions. We'd ask that she be excused.
All right. Is she excused at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're excused. Thank you, ma'am. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
I believe the next witness is remote.
Yes, Your Honor. Our next witness is going to be Rebecca True, who is appearing remotely via Zoom.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next witness is going to appear remotely, which is fine, because your lunch is here too, so we'll get you your lunch now. And we'll take a break. I've got to find out, I don't know exactly how long the break is going to be. It's going to be at least an hour for lunch, okay? Because quite frankly, I give all the court personnel at least an hour for lunch, so It's not going to be less than that. It could be more because we have to kind of communicate with the person out of state and get them all set up. So we'll have you back in sometime as soon as we can, but it'll be at least an hour. Again, please don't discuss the case, and you'll otherwise enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Is there any way we can move the person up to like 12:30, 12:45? I don't want them just sitting there forever.
They're available right now. I mean, they're available.
Oh, okay. I thought we had to wait a while.
No, no, Judge, they're available this morning.
Well, fair enough. How about you guys want to come back and say 12:15?
Whatever you say, Judge.
That's
Well,
fine.
I'm trying to let you have
Yeah,
some
that's
say.
fine.
I know you want control, so.
That was an off-the-record conversation this morning.
But I'm just letting you, whatever your schedule is fine with me, however you want to do it. But the only reason I don't want them sitting too long, because they're sitting too long with nothing to do, I don't want them to,
We could call her right now. She's not ready.
No.
Available?
I don't know if I'm.
Well, I just told them to get lunch, so I hate to
Okay.
pull it out of their mouth when they're.
So 12:15 come back, 12:20 we test, and she can go right on.
Okay. We can be ready to proceed at 12:15. That's fine, Judge.
Okay. 12:15. I have to
Yes,
have
sir.
to get
Yes,
to
sir.
everybody. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Here we are, back on the record. Data for Herbert Swilley, 2023 4461. Anything I need to be brought to my attention before we get going?
Just very briefly, Your Honor, I believe the defense's next witness is Rebecca True.
Yes, sir.
You've heard
My
her
understanding,
ex-husband is James True. I know, I think earlier this week or sometime in recent history, Mr. James True was convicted of aggravated stalking with Rebecca True as the victim.
Okay.
Because James True is not testifying, nor do I expect any statements made by James True to be elicited, I don't think it would be proper to bring up in front of the jury that James True's prior criminal record. I don't think the defense would do that, but I don't want that bell rung in front of the jury without it being addressed.
Well, let's find out. Is that something you guys intend to bring up, or?
In my discussions with Rebecca True, I didn't intend to get into any prior criminal history of James True. However, the matter for which James True was just convicted is related to Rebecca True. Evidences James True's violent behavior. Rebecca True has personal knowledge of this. We did not know that the case was going, that case had resolved until we spoke to Rebecca last, I think, Tuesday evening of this week. So I did intend to get into the allegations. We don't have to discuss the outcome per se, but there's been a lengthy history of domestic violence between James True and Rebecca True.
Okay. Trying to go through this. James True was the one. Was there a fingerprint from him, or was it DNA?
DNA.
Okay. But he didn't testify, right? The other guy testified.
Correct, Mr. True did not testify.
So I guess if I sum up the testimony that you want to introduce that someone whose DNA was found somewhere in the scene, I guess, or some piece of object is a violent person?
I was just responding to that one aspect. We were calling Rebecca True for more than that one reason.
Okay.
I can get into it now if the court would like, but it's kind of tipping my hand to a certain extent.
Well, I would say this. I mean, I don't want you to tip your hand if you don't want to, but I have to have some basis to make some sort of decision. So, at least as far as the testimony you want to elicit regarding James True and any violence, what is it you're trying to elicit?
Just what we learned from Rebecca True regarding.
But what is that? I haven't heard from her, so I don't know what she's going to say.
Okay, so Rebecca True advised that there was a lengthy history of domestic violence between her and James True that ultimately resulted in her obtaining a number of injunctions against him and having him removed from the marital home. She divorced him. He then violated that injunction and wound up in the Broward County Jail for more than 180 days. As this case was on the verge of trial, that matter resolved and he was released from jail on probation. I don't have to get into the disposition of that case, but I do know as part of it there was a 10-year injunction that was awarded to Rebecca True.
Well, I think if a testimony is going to say, okay, a person who has violent acts, or you're going to say he's committed some violent acts against her, is that what you're going to say?
That was part of the testimony that I intended to elicit. Yes.
Mr. Buxman?
If the defense is basically seeking to introduce his reputation for violence, and if they can establish the foundation to do that, that's one thing. But to bring up specific acts of misconduct by a witness to establish that reputation for violence, that is improper.
Yeah. but he's not a witness, so you're not trying to impeach him as a witness.
I'm not trying to impeach James True as a witness, no.
So you just want to introduce substantive evidence that James True is a violent person.
That is part of my reason for calling Rebecca True, yes.
And you want to do that as to suggest that James True could have done the murder? Is that what you're trying to suggest?
Yes.
Okay. To the extent it goes to that James True could have committed the murder, I will allow it. But James True is not testifying, so that's why it doesn't go to impeach his testimony. But if you're trying to establish that another person committed the murder, and the evidence is there's at least some DNA of that person, then I will allow it. It's essentially, it's some sort of personal, domestic type of homicide, so I will allow it under those circumstances.
And my recollection of the evidence for James True was that there was both a print and DNA. There was a print of James True on the bottle of gun oil lubricant that was introduced into evidence, and there was DNA from James True discovered on an adult toy that was referred to as the Satisfier.
That's correct, Judge. We agree with that.
Okay. All right, fair enough. You ready for the jurors?
Because we want to get Rebecca on
Sure.
Zoom. We have her on
Sure.
on the link now.
Yeah, I'll get going here. Hopefully it's a little easier this time since it's already done.
Welcome to Zoom. Please press pound, then enter your meeting ID, followed by the pound sign again.
It does say she's there. I just got to connect the system to the board. Because there's also this other corroborating evidence. If there hadn't been that, then I would not have allowed it. All right, good morning or good afternoon, Ms. True. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right. Are you on some sort of link that's a good Wi-Fi link or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And what state are you in?
Florida.
Okay. Where are you at?
I am currently in Fort Lauderdale.
All right. All right. So I'll swear her in. She's in Florida, so that's fine. Are we ready for the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can hear me okay, Ms. True?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, would the court like me to be at the?
It's a little easier because then you can face her while you're talking to her.
That would be fine. Thank you.
We did remedy that with the new courtroom. We put a video screen back
Yes.
here.
With your firm?
Good, great new furniture.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. As I mentioned before, the next witness is going to be remotely. She's going to be sworn in by the clerk like every other witness, okay? Go ahead, swear in. Please raise your right hand, Ms. Truth.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
This is John Klein, the attorney for the defendant. Would you tell us your first and last name, please, ma'am?
Rebecca True.
How do you spell your last name?
True.
All right. And what county do you currently reside in?
Broward.
Okay. How long have you lived in Broward County?
About 4 years. Excuse
Okay. And do you know an individual by the name of James Donovan True?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known James Donovan True?
Goodness, since I was 15, so let's call it 33 years.
At the age that you met James Donovan True, were you in high school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did the two of you get to know each other in high school?
Yes, he was my high school sweetheart for about 3 years.
Okay. Were the two of you in a relationship while you were in high school?
Yes, sir.
And this was a romantic relationship?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you ever married to James Donovan True?
Yes.
When did the two of you get married?
January 31st of 2023.
And as of the date of your marriage, were the two of you living together?
Yes, sir.
Where were the two of you living together once you were married?
In my premarital home in Parkland, Florida, in Broward County.
What is the address?
9417 Satin Leaf Place, Parkland, Florida, 33076.
Okay. And did there come a point in time during that marriage where detectives from Marion County came to speak with you and your husband?
Yes.
Did they come to that home to speak with the two of you?
Yes.
And was that on June 28th of 2023?
I don't recall, so I'll have to take your word for it.
Well, if you don't recall, you don't recall. Now, when these detectives came to speak to you and your husband from Marion County at your home in Parkland, did you know why they were there?
I did not.
Okay. And at the time that these detectives came to speak to you and your husband, what vehicle did you have and drive at that point in time?
A Volvo XC60 2022 Silver. It's the medium-sized SUV.
Okay. And at that time that these detectives came to your home from Marion County, what vehicle, if you can recall, was your husband at the time, James Donovan True, using and driving?
A 2004 Cadillac Escalade EXT, black, the one that looks like the pickup truck.
Understood. And at the time that these detectives came to your home from Marion County, was that Cadillac Escalade, was there anything unique about it?
Yes, it had a breathalyzer in it.
A breathalyzer machine?
Yes, sir, in order to start and utilize the vehicle.
Okay. Now, the incident dates in this case that we're here on this afternoon are ranging between March 23rd of 2023 and March 25th of 2023. Do you happen to know where you were, geographically speaking, during those date ranges?
I was in Marco Island with family members during those date ranges from the 23rd to the 26th of March in 2023.
Was James Donovan True with you and the family in Marco Island during that date range?
No, sir.
Did you drive your Volvo that you had at that time to Marco Island during that date range?
I don't recall.
Okay. If you had not driven your Volvo to Marco Island while you were away from your home during that date range, would the Volvo have remained at your residence?
Yes, sir.
Would it have been available for James True to use?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would James True ever use that Volvo?
Often.
If he had his own vehicle, do you know why he would use the Volvo?
Because he was an alcoholic, and in order to operate his vehicle, he had to be sober. Mine did not have such a device.
I see. And do you know where James True was during the period of time from March 23rd, 2025 to March 23rd, 2023 to March 25th, 2023?
The other question would be easier to answer. So for 2023, I have photographs of James very definitively in our own, at the time, marital home on that Friday. I think it was a Friday, Thursday. I don't know, the 23rd, whatever day of the week that was in 2023.
That was a Thursday.
Okay, a Thursday. So I have a picture of him about a little after 5 p.m., very clearly in our marital home, in our marital bed with our dog. And then I have another picture of him the next morning of the 24th, about 9:30 in the morning. There's a video of him playing with my son in the backyard, or I'm sorry, a video of my son playing with the dog in the backyard, and a picture of him with my son in our marital bed. That was about 9:30 in the morning on the next morning, the 24th. Other than that, I have no recollection of his whereabouts or any evidence to suggest he was anywhere.
Now, you mentioned James True taking video of your son on the morning of March 24th, 2023. Was James True allowed to watch your son at that time overnight?
Is he allowed to watch my son overnight? I don't know. I believe my custody agreement would have specified that he could because we were married. I think it's unlikely that my ex-husband would have allowed him to.
Understood.
I believe he was sick that day and my ex-husband had to work and it was a school day, and that was the only reason James watched him.
Meaning, most likely he would not have stayed the night before.
Most likely, yes.
Understood.
He would not have, but I don't remember.
Okay.
It would have been highly unlikely.
All right. And after this interaction, on or about June 28th of 2023, with these detectives from Marion County, what happened with you and James True's marriage?
It ended in divorce.
Why?
Because he had the second that I knew about extramarital affair with a same-sex partner and lied about it while drunk.
Okay. And did the divorce process go smoothly?
No, sir, it did not.
Why not?
Per our prenuptial agreement, James had 30 days from the date of divorce to vacate the property. In those 30 days, he did significant damage to my premarital home. He punched holes in walls. He took a crowbar to my locked bedroom door to gain entry to it and me. Thankfully, I was not present. He broke every camera in my home. He vomited and defecated in the bed in the bedroom in which he was staying, and more.
Did he threaten you with any violence?
So previously, he had physically assaulted me. I had bruises all over my body. I got a restraining order. I stayed married to him because he agreed to go to inpatient alcohol treatment, which he completed, but it was unsuccessful. He went back to drinking pretty quickly thereafter, but he did do additional treatment programs, again, unsuccessful, I think about 6 in the course of our 18-month marriage. And after that destruction to my home and property, that physical violence, him threatening to kill me multiple times, I was granted a second restraining order. He violated that restraining order when the police picked him up. His father had called the police to state his whereabouts, and his father told the police and me, and it's captured on body cam, that James had threatened to kill me and kill himself. He was charged with an aggravated stalking third-degree felony. This past Friday, he accepted adjudication of that charge and a plea.
Understood. Your Honor, may I have one moment with my colleague? Sure. Thank you. One moment, Ms. True.
Sure.
Ms. True, at this time, I do not have any additional questions. I'm going to tender you to the state to ask you some questions.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Buckman, do you have any questions you'd like to ask?
We do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. True, the state does not have any questions for you. She excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'm going to log out of this application, okay?
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. Give me 1 second if I could. There we go. It's all off.
Who else is here? We can do Matthew next, that's fine. Okay. That's fine. If Matthew's here, we'll take him next. Your Honor, at this time, the defense would call Matthew Baylor.
Matthew Baylor. proceed, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you tell us your name, please?
Matthew Baylor,
How do you spell your last name, sir?
Behler.
And is that Matthew with 2 T's?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How old are you, sir?
30.
All right. And in what city do you currently live?
Ocala.
How long have you lived in Ocala?
Since 2016
Okay.
or so. Yeah. Well, I moved here in 16, then I moved back up to Pennsylvania. I moved back for good in 17.
What do you do for work?
I'm a registered nurse.
All right. And did you know the deceased in this case, Tim Smith?
I did.
How long had you known Tim Smith?
Since 2019.
Okay. How did the two of you meet?
Initially through my significant other, just at a family party that they had, that we were invited to. So that was the initial time that we met them.
And did you come to know my client, the defendant?
Yes, at the same time.
Okay. Did you ever go to any events that Tim Smith and his husband, my client, were hosting?
Yes, that was the first time that I met them. It was at their house for a party.
Understood. And would you come across either Tim Smith or my client just in your normal day-to-day activities from time to time?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time, I know we're going back in time a little bit, in the spring of 2023, where you started communicating with Tim Smith on an application called Grindr?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long, if you can recall, were those communications ongoing with Tim Smith?
Not very long.
All right. And if you know, what caused those communications to stop?
I mean, at that time, I really didn't know. I mean, I know I've logged on and off of the app many of times just because. So really, to me, that wasn't, there was no set reason that I would think about until a few days later when I found out what happened.
Okay. Leading up to your discovery, well, let me go back. When did you learn that Tim Smith had died?
Saturday afternoon. So what was that, the 26th or 7th?
The 25th would have been Saturday. Okay. Was that the day his body was discovered? Do you know?
That, I do not know that. I just know that that was the day that I had saw a Facebook post saying what had happened. Well, that he had passed.
So that would have been in late March of 2023. Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And when you learned of that news from that Facebook post, going back in time, when was the last time in relation to that you recall having any interaction on Grindr with Tim Smith?
I want to say it was like that, probably that week. I don't exactly know. I cannot recall that, but I want to say it was that week or the week before.
If I were to show you some of the messages exchanged, would that refresh your recollection regarding
I mean, you can, but it was in that time period. I know that.
Understood. Did you and the victim, in this case, Tim Smith, discuss meeting at what was known as the Daddy Den?
I don't know if that was what it was called per se, but we had discussed it as a fantasy kind of sort of thing for me, but I never acted on it.
And what was your understanding of what this place was? Was it a house? Was it an apartment?
That I cannot tell you. I really don't know. I don't believe I asked. I just know that they had what I would understand as an open relationship, and they had another place, apartment, house, whatever it was that they had used.
Okay. And did you discuss with Tim Smith meeting at that other location to play with one another?
Sure, yes.
Okay. I tender the witness here.
Just a couple questions.
Yes, Ms. Byrne, go ahead. Cross-examination, please.
Just want to make sure I've had this right. You were friends with Tim and the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
You flirted or communicated with Tim on Grindr.
At one point, yes, ma'am.
You never had sex with Tim.
No,
You never went to the apartment Tim used for sexual encounters.
never.
And you didn't kill Tim Smith.
No.
I don't have any other questions.
No redirect.
Is he excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a nice day, sir. Thank you.
You too. Thank you, guys.
Your Honor, at this time, I would call Amy Sue Counts.
What's the last name?
Counts. I asked my paralegal to walk out. Grab
Oh,
it.
yeah, no, fine. I was just trying to make sure I write it down. I'll have to stand up here, ma'am. If you could stand on the podium there, raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Have a seat, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello,
Can you tell us your name, please, for the record?
Amy Counts,
How do you spell your last name?
Counts,
Do you have a middle name?
S.
What is that?
Sue,
All right. And where do you live, ma'am?
Ocala,
What is your address?
4190 Southeast 22nd
Is there an apartment number?
Avenue,
All right. How long have you lived at that address?
A. 10 years.
Long time. And did there come a point in time back in late March of 2023 that there was heavy law enforcement activity in your neighborhood?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall law enforcement from the Marion County Sheriff's Office canvassing the area and talking to you and other of your neighbors
Yes.
around that time?
I don't know the date, but yes, they did.
And did you speak to them about what you knew?
Yes, but I didn't know what it was about.
Did you later learn what it was about?
I later learned, yes.
Okay. Now, were you asked about what you saw or heard on the evening of March 23rd, 2023, and going into the next morning of March 24, 2023?
Yes. I believe those were the dates, yeah.
Okay. And did you tell law enforcement what you had seen or heard, or both, on that date range?
Yes.
All right. And did you later learn where the body of the deceased was discovered regarding this investigation?
I don't know exactly which house it was, but I know the general area
Okay.
in the back of the neighborhood.
All right. Do you know the building in
No.
which? Understood. And how far removed is your residence from the general area? Do you know?
Probably 2 to 3 blocks.
Okay. All right. And in the going back, and I know we're going back a little on the evening of March 23rd, 2023, were you in your neighborhood at that period of time?
I'm not sure the date, but when the law enforcement came around asking questions, I had told them what I'd heard, I believe the evening or two prior
All right.
to that date.
Can you tell us what you told them you heard?
It's been a long time. I'll do my best, but I do remember that I heard something outside, and I thought I heard someone screaming. And it was behind my house to the north side to the west. So, but I don't know if it had anything to do with what had happened. But I never saw anybody. I woke up out of bed and ran outside, and I didn't hear anything after that.
Understood. Do you also recall detailing what you described as a cat fight?
Possibly. It is hard to say.
Understood.
It was very loud, and it just sounded like a child. To me, I think I described it as a person, a child, or somebody screaming.
Okay.
Like, I don't remember. I don't want to get too particular because I don't remember. Whatever I told the law enforcement is.
You mentioned it woke you up. Did I hear that right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. So.
I was in bed. Yes.
Sorry.
I don't know if I can't remember if I was asleep or not, but I was definitely sleeping or trying to.
All right. And would this have been in the early morning hours? Do you know?
Yeah, late at night, early morning.
All right. And were you able to identify who was doing the screaming or the yelling?
No.
Was it coming from the general direction related to this incident?
I would say it could have been, but I don't know if it was close enough to that area to be even a part of it. But it was, I mean, I've never really looked because I don't know which building that it happened in. But if you stand, and look behind my house, it's kind of that direction. And being late at night, I don't know.
Well, all right. Was this unusual for you to hear that at that time of night?
Yeah.
Is that why you wanted to tell that to law enforcement?
Well, yeah, when they came around, I thought that's what they were asking about. They asked if we heard anything, and that's what I had heard, and I was concerned about it. So, but I couldn't say if it was related or not.
After that initial interaction, when law enforcement was canvassing your neighborhood and they spoke with you, and you provided them with that information, did anyone contact you at a later point from law enforcement regarding this investigation?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have 1 moment?
Yes, sir.
Again, I know we're going back quite a ways in time. Did you notice leading up to March of 2023 an increase in vehicle traffic in your neighborhood?
Yes. And after this incident, pretty much it stopped.
Okay.
Except local neighbors.
So this increase in vehicle traffic that you were observing around that time,
I would say for months before.
months before?
And
So,
then
yes.
Yes, and it abruptly seemed to halt.
After this investigation started?
After.
Okay. Did you see any person or persons walking around your neighborhood around that time
Yes.
that were not your neighbors?
Well, I couldn't say for sure, but I did see someone that was always walking, and after this, I never saw them again, ever.
Okay.
And they were pretty common.
Why did this person stick out to you?
They would walk along the back side of the neighborhood where a lot of people walk their dogs, and people take walks because it's kind of nice and quiet nature. So a lot of people like to walk back there, and I would see them just walking the neighborhood, walking around, and if you tried to say hello, they wouldn't talk.
What did this person look like?
Kind of yellowish colored dyed hair. Like it seemed like they wore a hat, and maybe like their hair was like gelled or something.
Were they white, black, Hispanic?
Good question. I honestly never looked to,
Okay.
I mean, it didn't never occur to me to, I couldn't tell. I just noticed the hair, and they didn't want to be approached, and I would always just kind of mind my business.
Understood. Your Honor, I tender the witness.
Mr. Buxman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
I believe you said you live at 4190 Southeast 22nd Avenue? Okay. You talked about, I'm going to start with the person walking down the street that you saw. You only would see him a couple times a week, right?
I would say, yeah.
Okay. And you don't really know what he was doing except for walking around the neighborhood?
Always just walking. He looked troubled.
Okay. He wasn't causing any problems, though, was he?
No.
He wasn't breaking into cars or
No.
houses or
No,
causing
nothing like
anything?
that.
Okay. I understand.
It was something that I thought about after the police came around, and then we just never saw him ever again, and so I had brought it up. That it was unusual.
And you never saw this person hanging around the apartment where the police presence happened?
I don't know which apartment it was, so
Fair
I would
enough.
have to say no.
Okay, fair enough. May I first witness?
Yes, sir.
Show you what the mark is, State's Exhibit VVV. Does this fairly inaccurately depict where your house is?
Can I take a look
Sure,
at it?
absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
So, this right here would be the direction where I heard the noise,
Okay.
and seemed like it was, the best of my knowledge, it seemed like it was in this area.
And
The noise was coming from that direction, so if the noise could travel through there, I don't know. It was nighttime, it's possible.
do you,
Or it could be totally
Hold on,
something different, I don't know.
Let's try not to expound without being asked a question, okay?
Yes.
are you nervous? It's okay. You see there's a push bin here labeled
Okay.
apartment. Is that generally where you saw that police presence?
I don't remember seeing the police.
Oh, okay, I see.
I don't remember seeing that, but actually, as a matter of fact, now that I see that it's marked, yes, that's the general direction.
Does this fairly inaccurately depict the location of your house in the general area?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. This time state would move VVV into evidence is 73. I know it's not in our case in chief, but I'd ask permission. No objection.
Without objection, we have evidence number 73.
May I have access to the display, Your Honor?
Sure.
About how many blocks away is your house from where the push pin of the apartment is?
1, 2, 3.
And would you
Maybe and a
agree that
half.
there are probably about 7 or so houses between your house and that apartment?
1, 2. I see 2, maybe 3. Like
Well,
in the
between-
direct line.
A straight line, yes, but the houses along that path.
1, 2, 2.
Okay, I see, I understand what you're doing. But you're about over 3 blocks away.
Yeah.
And the yelling that you described, you spoke to the detectives several days after the event happened at the
I
apartment.
think it was like 2 days later.
And is that yelling you told the detectives happened on Friday night at about 11 o'clock, right?
I can't remember.
Okay.
If that's what I told them, I definitely told them exactly. That would be the most accurate description of what I heard. Because nobody asked for a couple of years later, so.
That's fine. May I approach the witness?
Yes, sir?
Show you a transcript of the interview you did with the detectives.
Okay.
Take a look. I'm referring to page 6, lines 22 to 25. Let me know if that refreshes your memory as far as which night you heard the yelling.
Okay, yes.
Okay. So does that refresh your memory?
Yeah, 11 o'clock, okay.
So was that Friday night you heard the yelling?
That's what they said, yes. Yeah, yeah.
You mentioned some increase in traffic or a large amount of traffic. Was that during the daytime, the evening, the nighttime?
I think it was kind of all the time.
Understood. Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
No redirect.
She excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're excused, ma'am. Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would call Danielle Velez.
You say Daniel or Danielle?
Danielle Velez.
Ma'am, stand there. Raise your right hand. Face the clerk. Thank you.
You swear or affirm and swear not to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Have a seat, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Would you tell us your name, please?
My name's Danielle Velez.
How do you spell your last name?
V as in Victor, E-L-E-Z.
And where do you currently live?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Where do you currently live? You live in Ocala?
Yes, sir, I do.
How long have you lived in Ocala?
About 12 years now.
All right. And did there come a point in time back in March of 2023 when you were living in a quadruplex
Yes.
in Ocala?
Yes, sir.
What was the address of that quadruplex? Do you remember?
Yes, sir. It was 1980 Southeast 40th Street Road. Unit D is in Delta.
Unit D. So if I'm looking at that quadruplex from the road, the address road, 40th Street Road, would you have been in the back right unit of that quadruplex?
No, sir. If you're looking at the building, I would have been in the back left.
I see. Okay. So right behind Unit C.
Correct.
All right. And do you recall in late March of 2023 there being heavy police activity at that quadruplex?
Yes.
All right. And did you learn that a body had been discovered there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you speak to law enforcement regarding their investigation of that matter?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you know the individuals that at the time of that incident and right before it that were utilizing Unit C of that quadruplex?
I had a contact with them, one more than the other.
Okay. Which one more than the other?
I didn't really have any conversations with Mr. Smith, although I did Mr. Swilley.
Okay. So would you come across them from time to time, just in the course of your daily routine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you know if either of those men were living at that apartment?
No, sir. To my knowledge, nobody lived there permanently.
Okay. What was your understanding while that apartment was being used by Mr. Smith and Mr. Swilley, what they were using for?
My understanding was it was just a place to go outside of their normal home.
All right. And did you notice people other than Mr. Smith and Mr. Swilley coming to that apartment, visiting that apartment?
Yes, sir. There were many vehicles throughout the time that they had the residence.
How would you describe the level of vehicle traffic, people coming and going from that particular apartment while it was being used by Mr. Smith and Mr. Swilley?
It was usually at night that there would be a vehicle that I recognized as one of theirs, as well as a vehicle that was unknown to the building a few times a week, sometimes more.
All right. And do you recall what time of night you observed these vehicles?
It would have to be before I was gone to bed, maybe if I was outside for the last time for the night, and I would see the vehicle, and then by the time I got up in the morning, neither vehicle would be there.
So the last time that would you go outside to smoke?
Yes, sir.
So normally, around that time, if you can recall, what would be the last time during the work week that you would go outside to smoke before you go to bed?
Maybe 9 p.m.
All right. And I know we're going back a ways in time, but
Yes, sir.
March 23rd of 2023, you were still living in Unit D of that quadruplex at that time?
I was, yes, sir.
And do you remember going out that evening to have a smoke?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember the white Jeep that you believe belonging to Mr. Smith being parked outside that night?
No, sir, I don't recall the Jeep that evening.
Okay. All right. When do you recall the Jeep being there?
When I got up to go to work one morning, I can't tell you if that was on the 23rd, but I do remember waking up to leave for work, and the Jeep was there, and I thought that was odd. because it's usually not there overnight like that.
Understood. Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Sure.
Thank you. When you were living in Unit D of that quadruplex, before the incident that led to you being here today, back in 2023, did you have any children living with you at the time?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And did you have any concern about your kids based on the activity that was going on next door?
Objection relevance, Judge.
Let's sustain.
Okay. I'll move on. Do you recall seeing an individual running from Unit C near the time that this incident is alleged to have occurred?
No, sir. I don't remember seeing anyone running.
I tended to witness.
Cross-examination, please.
No, Your Honor, I don't have any questions for this witness.
She is?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a nice day, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to step out for another little bit, and then we'll have you come back in a few minutes.
Stand up.
All right. It's my understanding the defense is rested. Mr. Swilley,
Yes.
I just want to confer with you briefly. I take it you've made a decision to not testify?
Yes, sir.
Did you discuss with that decision with your attorneys?
Yes, I did.
Did you make that decision of your own free will?
Yes, I did.
Nobody forced you to make that decision?
Yes, sir.
And you're comfortable with the decision you made?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else from the defense?
Your Honor, at this time, having now rested the defense's case in chief, I would renew the defendant's motion for judgment of acquittal, same argument and grounds as previously made.
Okay. Any response by the state?
I'll rely on my previous argument, Your Honor.
All right. What I'm going to do is, having reweighed the testimony, I'll find that the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, that's the standard to review at this stage of the trial. I'll find that the motion for judgment of acquittal will be denied, that the evidence in light most favorable to the state would sustain a verdict on all three elements of murder in the first degree. So I'll find that the state could, in the light most favorable to the state, prove all three elements of the murder in the first degree, so I'll deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. So where are we going from here? Can you do closings today?
Judge, no, I would plan on doing them Friday morning. I would request tomorrow morning. We start at 8:30 as planned.
Judge, I agree with the state. I think having the night to prepare, given the volume of evidence presented in this case, would be most appropriate. But we can do this afternoon as much as we can to be ready in the morning, if that's okay with the court and the state.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll
And just
finish up everything today.
just to let the. I'm sorry, I
Go
didn't
ahead.
mean to cut you
Go
off.
ahead.
I know that upsets Your Honor. I'm not trying to do that. It just.
Upsets most people to be cut off.
Well, sorry,
Sure.
Judge. I'm sorry. I just wanted to indicate there was some issues, and I know I don't have to put this on the record, but there was some back and forth forth as to whether or not we were going to be calling my client as a witness. We ultimately decided against that. That was one of the reasons I was concerned about time, which is ultimately now not an issue, but obviously had that happened, that would have been a lengthy period of time.
Sure, no problem.
Direct and cross-examination.
No problem. I just, I think, at some point, I'm happy to take everyone into consideration, but I also take jurors into consideration. We've asked them to put their lives on hold for a week. But, I'll be happy to keep the schedule we have. I'll let them know, bring them back in, let them know the defense has rested, which you did in front of them, so it's fine.
Yes, sir.
In the future, I think it's better for you to maybe take a break before we do that. That way I can go over with Mr. Swilley, make sure the decision is before you say anything. That's, I think, the best way to do it. But fair enough, doesn't make a difference.
Next time I'll do that.
It doesn't make a difference at this point. So I'll let them know that we're going to spend our afternoon getting ready for closings. And then we're ready to go right at 8:30, okay? How long do you think you'll need for closings?
I think 1 hour each is sufficient, if that's okay with the state.
That should be fine, Judge, and maybe just, we'll
I'm not
go around.
limiting you, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to get a calendar in my mind as to, okay, because first of all, when they come in, we have to order lunch and make certain preparations for things like that. I've also got to, make Sheriff's Office aware that, we'll be deliberating. There's always a possibility people could deliberate after hours. My main concern is things that are outside of your concern. So, but among things is late deliberations and things like that.
Because I don't plan on going over an hour. I mean,
Right.
I probably will have some rebuttal, but I usually don't take that long for that either as well.
Like I said, neither one of you is under any sort of limit. I'm just trying to calendar out in my mind, or schedule in my mind, these other issues. That said, then we'll do everything in the morning. Instructions, closings, instructions before lunch.
Yes, sir.
Let them go to lunch. I'll instruct them they can either eat lunch and then deliberate, or they can eat lunch and deliberate, whichever they choose, and then go from there.
Yes, sir.
So, normally if we are, like, let's say they go out at like 11 something, I will normally tell them that I'm giving all the court personnel an hour for lunch. So please don't knock on the door at least for an hour. I'll go from there. I never know how late they're going to go, so I don't want to rob everyone. We're all having to sit here all lunch, and then they're here till whatever. Usually that causes some stress. So okay, we'll bring it back in. Let them know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll let you know the defense has rested its case, as you've already heard. The parties have requested to do closing arguments first thing in the morning, okay? So we have a few things we're going to do to get us all ready for that. One of those things is to get all the jury instructions prepared and ready to go, which we will be doing this afternoon. If you've never been through a trial before, you don't understand that jury instructions sometimes can be quite long, though they're not too bad this time around. When I read those instructions to you, I ask you to listen carefully. The first part of the instructions I give you will explain the elements of the charges, or the charge, and the lesser offenses that would go to that charge. And then the attorneys will go into their arguments. The second part of the instructions I read to you deal with the mechanics of deliberation. And so I just break it up so it's not quite so long, okay? I'll let you know that when I'm done reading the instructions to you, I will give each of you a copy of those instructions. So you'll have a copy of the instructions with you when you begin to deliberate. You're free to take notes while I read to you, but I'll let you know that everything that I'm going to say to you, I'm going to give you a copy of, okay? However, there will only be one copy of the verdict form, and that verdict form will be specifically for the foreperson, whoever you choose that foreperson to be. As part of the instructions, they will tell you the first thing you do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. So the only person who will have the verdict form will be the foreperson, okay? Otherwise, you're free to go until tomorrow morning, same time. Remember my instructions, please don't talk to anybody, please don't read anything online, and please don't let anyone talk in your presence about this case. When the trial is over, you're free to talk as much as you want, or as little as you want, okay? Thank you. All right, so we'll take a short break, come right back, and we'll go through the instructions. Do each of you have a paper copy of the instructions or something on the computer you can?
I have it on the computer. I have it on the computer as well.
Okay. We'll just take a short break and then we'll go over it page by page.
Yes, sir.
We'll make sure. All right, so everyone has their copy of the instructions?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm just going to go through them page by page. Of course, we'll start with the title page here, and then 3.1, 3.2, statement of the charge, and then 7.1, homicide.
This is where I'll say that. And then what you know,
Is there any objection to the 7.1 instruction?
No, Your Honor.
And then 7.2, murder first degree. Is there any objection to this instruction?
Not from the defense.
So this is 3.4 lessers. Are you requesting any other lessers?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm requesting both of the lessers that are already included in these instructions.
Yes, sir. Are you requesting any others?
No other.
Is the state requesting any others?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so the only lessers that will be there are second-degree murder and manslaughter.
Yes, Your Honor.
7.4, murder second degree.
No objection.
All right, any objection to that? No objections? Okay.